So I'll quickly tell you the story about how I got introduced to dowsing. I was talking with my neighbor, and I told her I wanted to know where my water lines were. And she says, oh, well, I can help you with that. So she goes into her house and comes out with a hanger.
There's too many people talking. Cut it.
So my neighbor's going to help me find out where my water lines are, and she comes with a hanger. Now, she's about 80 years old at that time, and I watched her with that hanger, and she was going to get hurt because that hanger pulled her so hard. And she said, sure enough, she's done with that. Many years later, I found out that my grandfather was a dowser. I had no idea, you know. That really wasn't something you talked about. I've had lots of wonderful experiences with dowsing. Rods came much faster to me than a pendulum. So as you undoubtedly know, when you're looking for something, you have to have a clear idea of what you're looking for. So I repeat whatever it is I'm looking for. So electricity, 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 and it finds the electricity. And water, 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 and it goes right past the electricity and finds the water. So as long as your thoughts are clear, your rods know what you're looking for. So when I do a land clearing or a house clearing, I walk around saying, show me what you want to show me. Lots of good stuff happens in this building. I don't find any abnormalities in this building. But I just say, show me what you want to show me. So I was invited to... So one thing that you will find is Hartman lines. And so when the rods show me what they want to show me, then I back up again to find out what kind of a line it is. So I'm going to pretend that this is a Hartman line. Hartman. There are many different kinds of lines, and they circumnavigate the earth, and they're supposed to circumnavigate the earth. The problem is when a trauma happens on that line. Then that trauma radiates along the line, and if we're going to do experiments, when you stand on the line, you have no strength. So,
the same as the light line?
No. So Hartman lines and Curry lines circumnavigate the earth. One goes, they make a grid around the earth, a grid of diamonds, not squares, but diamonds. Then there's also pole lines. There's black lines, brown lines. Hartman lines, Curry lines, pole lines are all close to the ground. Black lines and brown lines move and can go up and down, and they're a lot more difficult. So after I find a line, then I want to break it down. Okay, show me a Hartman line, Hartman line, and it'll go across. But show me a pole line, pole line, pole line. Show me a Curry line, Curry line. So once you find out what it is, you know how to deal with it. You get an inkling of how to deal with it. Pole lines are known to carry lung cancer. So they're important to address. Black lines and brown lines, like I said, they move. So that's an important thing to know. Ley lines, it seems to me that ley lines are pathways created by something, whether that something is people, animals, spirits. When I find a line, typically they open, saying that it goes this way. Sometimes there's a direction, and they'll both go one direction. I was looking for a lost boy. They went that way. Yes?
Are you saying that ley lines are not in the earth? They're created by an outward source, animals?
My understanding is that ley lines are created by something. Different from latitudinal and longitudinal.
I've cleared ley lines before, lots, and
Do you want to go to the mic?
oh, yeah.
It sounds like it's going to be long, and I won't be able to repeat it.
So I've cleared like many ley lines, and if there's an earthquake within 100 miles, I'll have to go back many times and remove those lines again because of the earthquake. As soon as that earthquake occurs in Oklahoma over here, where they're doing all the drilling and the fracking, and I got to move those ley lines back.
I think that a lot of it has to do with our understanding of what we're looking for. What word you attach to it may not be as important as what you believe you're looking for. Does that make sense?
No, because I'm looking for a ley line, which is, from my understanding, it's in the earth, just like a grid, and when there's an earthquake, they move. I know that from experience.
I believe that. I have read lots of things about ley lines.
Also, I've taught classes to people, an engineering firm, because they know if they build a building over ley lines, they're going to have a cracked foundation. And so I teach them how to move it and keep it moved and test so where they build, they won't build over a ley line.
Yeah, I have no doubt that that's true.
Yeah.
I believe that you can move the energy associated with that ley line. I have no doubt that that's true. Yes?
What is a Curry line?
Curry line that was discovered by Mr. Curry?
Curry?
Yes. And there are many more lines than what I know. I did most of my research more than 10 years ago, and they have found many more lines in the past 10 years. So don't limit it to what I say.
So what creates a Curry line?
Curry lines and Hartman lines circumnavigate the Earth, and they are supposed to circumnavigate the Earth.
Okay.
The problem is when a trauma happens on that line.
Okay.
And we're going to simulate that. You want to simulate it now? Okay, we'll simulate it now. So I have an electrical cord. This is electricity, but we're going to use this. So I don't have to plug in this electrical cord. That end, the plug in, that's the beginning. And this end is the end. So the intention is that the electricity flows from there to there. So if I look for electricity, it finds it. Who wants to volunteer for this one? Would you like to? Sure. Okay, so if you come here and stand on the line, okay, hold your arm out and just resist. Nice and strong. All right, stand off the line. Relax, relax. And I'm going to put a flip in it. Stand in the circle and hold. Oh, I think you're stronger. All right, get out of my circle.
I'm always told that.
And I flipped it the other direction and stand in my circle. Try. Come on, try.
Oh,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
So, The reason why that took his energy away is because the electricity is supposed to be flowing this way. Our energy flows clockwise. The electricity, when it's in the circle where it's flowing clockwise with us, we are strong. Counterclockwise, we've got no strength at all. That no strength at all, that's what happens when you're on an overexcited Curry line, Hartman line, pole line, whatever you got going. That is up for debate. A ley line, you can find lots of definitions of a ley line. So I encourage you to look that up. Yes?
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, the Curry line and the Hartman line are created some kind of way naturally, they circumnavigate the earth.
Yes.
They're supposed to be doing
Yes.
that, and they get wacky
Yes.
because of stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Like the Trail of Tears is a great place where you'll find that wacky. Yeah. So I was invited to clear a museum. So I just do, show me what you want to show me, show me what you want to show me. And it brought me to a set of shelves with lots of instruments. So then to find out which shelf, I found out which part of the shelf, the rods showed me which part of the shelf, and then I had to ask which shelf, Is it the first shelf? Yes. Is it the second shelf? No, kind of thing. So what I eventually found then was that what was holding on to trauma was antique forceps. Yeah. So my technique for clearing is to simply bless. And again, I know nothing, so I keep it pretty generic. I bless these forceps and all that they were used on and all who used them. And you can feel the difference. Another time, I was asked, a friend bought a new house, decorated her guest room. It looked beautiful. She said, people don't sleep well in here. What's going on? So show me what you want to show me. Led me to a beautiful dresser, a brand new dresser. So a lot of times, yucky energy will be stuck in old things, antiques. But this was a brand new dresser. And beautiful wood. Looked like an exotic wood. And she was very good at meditating, so we both just went into a brief meditation, and we both had the vision of a young girl running to a tree, hoping for safety, and ultimately being murdered. So again, we blessed the tree, we blessed the girl, we blessed the murderers. We blessed the dresser. The people who worked on the dresser probably got some of that yuck on them.
So material things have a memory.
Yes. Now, I'm not going to get into any religion. I was invited to a home once, and they led me to an old Bible. And I'm not saying anything against the Bible ever. But when she put her hand on that Bible, she had no strength whatsoever. Because the Bible was used throughout decades. Do this or you're going to be damned to hell, So we blessed the Bible, and she could then be strong. It no longer zapped. Yes?
Was that a family Bible with birth dates and names and things like that, births, or was it just a Bible?
It didn't have any names in it. It was an old Bible, though. It was not a new Bible by any means. So all we did is bless it very generically, and it no longer zapped her strength. Oh, I know nothing. I don't know what's best for anybody. So my blessings are, I bless you, love and light. No one can say no to that, I think. Something else you can do with these is measure truth, and that's really fun. But we can't get into religion. We can't get into politics. I have something here that I'm going to measure the truth. So it looks like the electricity to the paper is about 4 feet. So we'll see how much truth. This is a politician's speech, and I can't say any more than that. How much truth is in this? How much truth? How much truth? How much truth? Yeah, none. I was thinking about getting some of the books next door, but I really just don't want to stand on anyone's toes. So that's something you get to do on your own. Finding energy is always fun. So rods will pick up on quartz energy, but the amazing thing to me is that the shell of a geode hides it completely. If you were sitting in a pyramid, you know those pyramids that people sit in to meditate, the rods will not find you. Isn't that wild? So it finds it now. So I opened it up, and it finds it now.
Is that a seashell?
It is a geode. Oh. Yeah. So that has a pretty big energy field for something so small. Wow. It's been used a lot.
So do you like using the rods versus the pendulum because it's clearer energy answers, or?
I use the rods versus pendulums for different things.
Oh,
And we'll get more into that. But let's measure my water. So it found it right above the water. So bless my water.
So what,
Bless my water. What?
what did you find?
They opened up right at the water.
So,
Right at the water.
yes.
Okay, so bless my water.
love and light, love and light.
Okay, now we'll measure my water again.
So its field got bigger.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, that's really cool. For the most part, I use rods to measure chakras. Our chakras tell us a lot about what's going on inside the body. It tells us a lot about the messages our soul wants us to receive. So, who wants to volunteer for that? Yeah, all right. So I'm not very good, and there I go setting myself up for failure, at remembering much of anything when I'm up here. So I'm going to ask you to remember. And we're going to measure the 8 or 9 main chakras. And so I'm going to ask you to face me, and you don't have to do a thing.
Okay, great.
And maybe step back a couple feet for Faye. All right. So we're going to start with the foot chakras. Foot, 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 foot. So about 3 or 4 feet. 3 feet, I guess. And then we're going to go to the root. Oh, your root chakra is much stronger, much stronger. So that would indicate that you have strong family ties, or maybe that you feel safe in the world. But your foot chakras then being so much smaller means that maybe you're not quite walking the path you came to walk. Mm-hmm. And then the sacral, 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 sacral. A little bit bigger than your foot. And solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus. So that one is challenged.
Yeah.
And heart, heart. Okay. And high heart, very strong. And throat, throat, very strong. Third eye, very strong. Crown, very strong. Okay. So the weakest one then was kind of between the foot and the sacral. Okay. And do you have 2 good shoulders?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
I've tested you before. I know I can do you. All right. So we're just going to ask throat chakra and resist. Okay. And sacral chakra and resist. Woo, come on. You're trying. Try. All right. So what are we going to do about that? One simple thing that each one of us can do anytime is to take your pendulum and spin it clockwise. That will bring more energy into your digestive system. So if you have overactive bowels, you want to go counterclockwise. But to build the solar plexus is just beneath the sternum. So you find that solar plexus and go clockwise. And you can also do the this one that we did this morning to build it. The pendulum, your fingers work. You know, there's a magnetic field, there's energy that comes from each one of your fingers. So if you don't have a pendulum, you use your fingers. And typically about 20 seconds.
Okay.
So just build it up for 20 seconds. And this is your power center.
I know. It's always been my weakest spot. So, I was
Okay.
wondering what you're going to do with it.
Okay, so we're going to ask again. Solar plexus. And I can't budge yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty wild, isn't it? So, do you want to do that with each other, or do you want to see somebody else get that?
With each other.
Do it. You want to do it with each other?
We can all get work done, right?
Yes, yes. So then if you have a pen and paper, you can make a note on your sheet which chakras you need to work on. Whatever comes up today is going to be pretty typical for you. Unless you have a drama or a trauma, then everything can change. And like I said this morning, we have these layers, 7 layers. So whatever we affected this morning, you probably still have more layers. If there's healing that needs to be done, we're not through those 7 layers yet. Okay? So I do have a setup here. And maybe if you, do you have a set? Are there, what?
We need one as well. Oh, she says, yeah, okay, we're good.
So you can come up here and we can work together. I think that this is the last one. Do you have dowsing rods? Okay, then you get to come up.
Does it matter if you step in your rocks?
My focus is going to be on what is typical. So yes, it can matter.
Oh, take me out. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So anybody who wants to pay attention, we're going to do Alicia's. We'll do foot, 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 foot. So your foot chakras are strong. And root, 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 root. So that one is challenged. And sacral, sacral is strong. And solar plexus, strong. Heart, heart, heart. And high heart. And throat. And third eye. And crown. And root. So your root is challenged. And do you want to, do you want to work on that on your own? Or do you want somebody else? Do you want me to test you to prove it to you using applied kinesiology?
Sure.
Do you have a good shoulder? Okay. So just hold strong. Okay, and I'm going to ask your root. Hold strong. Okay? All right. So we're going to build your root. You can spin the wheel. Chakra means wheel. And you spin it clockwise. Let's see if you're grounded. Are you generally grounded?
I go out with barefoot. I go out without my shoes on in the yard.
Okay.
I do ground myself to the center of the planet.
I'm just going to ask, grounded? No. Okay. So Donna Eden's technique for grounding is this one. You find that indentation beneath the eye and thump. So the earth energy has to do with the stomach meridian, and that's why we thump here in order to get that earth energy flowing all the way through our bodies, connecting us with the earth and making us strong. And we'll ask grounded. Fingers grounded. Okay, good. And then we're back to the root. And let me see how your root's doing. Okay, no, it still needs work. So we spin the wheel. That's counterclockwise, isn't it?
Oh my God.
If you are the wall and the clock is on you for everyone else to read, then you can figure out clockwise. Okay?
Wait a minute. You are the wall.
Yes.
Like what everything means by looking at what each section means?
Yes. Yeah, to find out what the small chakras are and look up what that chakra is for.
Closer to you, it's different if they're farther away when it opens.
Yes. To a point, bigger is better.
Okay. So it's kind of like small and then gargantuan.
Her high heart, smacked me in the face. I didn't even have to move. I was like, I didn't even get the word out of my mouth before it went.
So I need to work on my groundedness then, to get that bigger too.
Yes. There's other ways to do it.
So my feet and my root are
Okay.
amazing to me, but okay.
Let me ask if you're grounded. You are grounded. You can build the feet by spinning the chakras like this.
Like going
Like
bending
this.
down.
You're
Clockwise.
pretending your hand is your foot.
Oh, using this as my, okay.
And I build my foot chakras. I build my foot.
Foot chakra.
Yeah.
And I could do the same, and so the root, I would do like this.
Clockwise. Clockwise.
My finger over there, it's pointed that way.
My root chakra. 20 seconds, right?
Yes.
Hang out.
So. So when you find out what's small, we'll work on the amplifying them together. Maybe that's the best way to do this.
Are we?
We'll work on that together. So let me do Nancy. Okay. So foot chakras are very strong, and root. Root is very strong. And sacral, 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 sacral. So that one is challenged. And solar plexus, very strong. Heart, and third, high heart, high heart. And throat, 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 throat. And third eye, and crown. So just one. What one was it?
The sacral.
Sacral. Okay. So you can, do you want me to prove what the dowsing rod said?
Sure.
Okay. So we're just going to ask about the heart and resist. And we're going to ask about the sacral and resist. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So then I need to just go
Clockwise.
clockwise. Right.
Yeah.
That's over my sacrum.
You can also do it this way. I balance my sacral.
chakra. Okay.
Yeah.
See, there's no way.
Okay, come on up.
Okay, could you check me one more time and see if it's still balanced or
Yeah.
I need to work on it some more? All right.
And what was it? Root. Root. Yeah. 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 Okay, come on up.
They picking stuff up all the way across the room. I said, "That might be me. Might be
Ah.
those other people in between."
It could be, but like I said, when I'm looking for water, I can go right past the electricity. As long as my thoughts are clear. Water, that's all I care about. So as long as the thoughts are clear, we'll pick up on you. So if you just stand towards the end of the table and face me, right there, that's great. And we'll start with the foot. Foot, 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 foot. Okay, and we're going to compare that to the root. Ooh, your root's very strong. Root's very strong. And sacral, very strong. Solar plexus, ooh, very strong. And heart, very strong. High heart, very strong. And throat, throat, throat. Throat. Throat, 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 throat. So that one is challenged. And the other one that was challenged was your foot. And then third eye. Third eye. Very strong. And crown, very strong. So those two. So to build those up, to build up the foot chakras, I do it like this, with the intentions of building my foot, but I'm doing it on my hand, because I don't want to get down to my feet. So I build my foot chakras. And make sure you go clockwise, and then I build my root chakra.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Do dowsing rods take on energy of the former user and have to be cleared for somebody else
They
to use?
can. Yes, I have seen that.
These have been acting funny,
Oh,
and these were my wife's. She died about 4 months ago.
Oh.
I just wonder if there's energy still tied up in these, and how would you clear them?
bless. Bless.
Just bless them.
Yeah. So let's do this. Let me put these down for a moment. And do you have any shoulder injuries?
No.
All right. So if you just extend your arm, and hold out, no fist, and hold out strong. Okay. Hold out strong. Definitely has some. We need to do some clearing on that. So if you just hold it next to you.
Okay.
And bless it. That's all I do, just bless it. Love and light.
Okay.
Okay, let's try again. Now see if you have better success.
Okay. So we try. It was working strange on Dave.
Yeah, it was all the way across the room before they even get close. It was across the room, and they were opening up on the ones that you were picking up over here.
Well, now, so we're doing the same
So Chris,
using the same person.
is it
got the
clockwise from where
triangles all.
you are, clockwise in front of me?
If the clock is on you for everyone else to read,
So if the clock is on her, for everyone else to read, it's this way. You were going backwards.
So wait, but this is kind of clock, that's what I don't understand. That's kind of clockwise to me.
no, because here's 12, here's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Think of it that way, maybe. Yeah, you gotta go this way. I knew you were going backwards.
It just,
Go the other
it
way.
doesn't make sense to me.
But if the clock is on you, you're the wall, and the clock is on you.
So I'm going to counter,
No, so clockwise is this way.
That way.
But looking out at it.
As if
Okay.
this is 12, 1, and so now your fingers are going
I just
from
see the
12.
clock in front of me.
No,
But
but
no-
that's not on you.
Okay.
Do your thumb. It shows you which way to go.
Ah,
Oh, that's great.
Your right hand.
Okay.
Okay, so redo that, because I thought it was backwards. I didn't know what you were doing.
anybody else want me to measure them? We might need some help. Well, come on up. Yes? They're not, you want to come up? All right, so if you just stand at the corner. We'll do the foot chakras. Foot, foot. Very strong. And root. Root, root. Very strong. Sacral. Very strong. And solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus. So that one is challenged. And heart, very strong. And high heart, very strong. And throat, 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 throat. That one is challenged. And third eye is very strong. And crown is very strong. So you had two. One was the throat and one was solar plexus? Yeah, okay. So how do you want me to prove what the dowsing rod said? Okay. So just hold your arm out strong. Okay. And one was the solar plexus. So the solar plexus right here. Hold strong. Okay. And the other was the throat. Hold strong. And let's compare that to the heart. Hold strong. Did you notice the difference? Mm-hmm. So we want to build your solar plexus. So if you're the wall with the clock on you for everyone else to read, you go that way. And then the throat.
Because we had this whole discussion at home, like, which way do I go? I don't know.
Well, I want you to have a session too.
Okay, and we'll test again. So the solar plexus. And the throat. Yeah.
What can you do for a sore big toe?
One thing to do for pain is to connect it with the rest of your body. So figure eights. So it just won't heal.
I think it's got a toenail that's growing into the side of it.
So I would start with the figure eights, which helps to reconnect, but don't focus just on the one foot. You can do a lot by focusing on the good foot.
Okay.
It kind of shares information or something weird like that.
Okay. Thank you.
We're We're confused.
Okay. So,
I was not getting anything on a lot of stuff, but then other times it would cross right at the very tips. Is that the same thing as opening?
for some people it crosses.
Okay.
For me, if it crosses, it means it's closed.
Okay.
Yep, that's what we were just thinking,
Check
that
her out.
I'm all closed up.
So let's start with the foot. Okay. And then the root. So the root's very strong. And sacral, very strong. Solar plexus. So that one is, I get it closed. And heart, very strong. High heart, very strong. Throat. Third eye. Crown. Okay, so solar plexus. So if
Had a
you,
big blow yesterday.
yeah,
Yeah. I was trying to get a bill passed and somebody pulled the shenanigan. And it was to help underprivileged women. So I'm feeling that pretty strong.
yeah. So how would we work towards healing that? We could do this one. I accept what is today.
I accept what is today. So, it's going to help so many people.
And we want to build your power center up because you're not done.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So we build it up, spin the wheel. Chakra means wheel. Find it and spin that wheel.
I don't think I'm done either, but it just sucks. Today. I mean, yesterday, but not today. Build it back up.
We have to accept what is.
Yes.
It's not always fun. Spin the wheel.
Okay.
I didn't prove anything to you. We're using applied kinesiology.
Oh, no, but
Okay.
I've done. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a chiropractor that does that for
Oh.
allergies and all the things.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So then we can measure your solar plexus again. And yeah, very strong. Yeah.
Very good.
Was that the only one?
Yes.
It was,
Yes.
okay. Let's do something else.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask if the solar plexus and the heart are communicating, okay?
Yes.
So I get a strong with the solar plexus, I get a strong with the heart. Solar plexus, heart, solar plexus. Oh, okay. We want to show that to everybody else.
Okay.
So if you have just a couple of minutes, I want to show you some disconnects. But maybe that's premature. Do we need to work on any depleted chakras? Have you already worked on depleted chakras and you're done? So one way to build a depleted chakra is to spin the wheel. So chakra means wheel, and you spin it clockwise. So if you are the wall and the clock is on you for everyone else to read, you can figure out clockwise. Or Lizzie told us if you put your thumb next to your body and follow your fingers, that's clockwise. So that's a really easy way. You can put a pendulum in your hand. That often feels better, feels stronger. If you don't have a pendulum, you can use your fingers. So build your chakras. In JD here, we built her chakras. So all of her chakras are strong, but she has a disconnect between the solar plexus and the heart. Okay, so watch this. When I ask how her heart is, very strong. If I ask how her solar plexus is, very strong. If I ask if these two are communicating, nothing. And that happens to a lot of us, Traumas and dramas, we close off parts of ourselves, and so we want to bring that together. And you can do it through meditation. You can do it with this technique that we did. You can do it with figure 8. When you go to sleep tonight, your body will reset itself to what it's most familiar with, and in the morning you will have to do that again. So if I ask her again, heart, solar plexus, heart, and see if they're communicating, and I can't budge her. So there's a whole lot we can check doing this.
So can we just like, if we're unsure who's connected to what, just do the infinity up and down our whole body and connect all our chakras together at one go, or?
I think that's an individual thing.
Oh, you have to ask your body if it will accept that, or? Okay.
So do you have any disconnects?
Sure.
So which were your challenged chakras?
Oh, my feet and my root.
Feet and root, okay. And we worked on them, so we'll see how they are now. So first, we're going to ask how the root is, strong, and how your feet are, strong. So root, feet, root. Ah, nothing.
Keep going, I'm sure the rest of the...
Okay, so we need to connect your root and your feet. So it was some kind of drama or trauma in her lifetime, or maybe her ancestors' lifetime, I don't know. I know nothing. And that disconnect is there.
I had to wear casts on my feet when I was a baby.
Oh, wow.
I was like that.
Ah.
Maybe that?
Yeah. It's all part of it. So weave them together, 20 seconds.
I gotta go this way.
Figure 8s don't matter. Figure 8s go the same direction.
This reminds me of, what is that shape? The torus, right?
Yeah,
yes,
that goes like
torus.
Okay, huh?
I wasn't counting.
All right, so we're asking root, foot, root, and hold. I can't budge yet.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So hey, we still have a couple hours. Who else? Anybody else feel like they need to take the next step? Like, do you think you have a disconnect?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. We're going to do her first.
That's fine.
Okay.
But I think something's with my heart. I mean, like emotion-wise.
Okay. So we're going to start with your feet. Feet. So about 4 feet. And root. Root's very strong. So your root is stronger than your foot chakras, which would indicate your feet need your path needs a little tweaking. And the sacral is challenged. And so the plexus is strong. And heart is strong. And high heart. Ooh, high heart is challenged.
Okay.
And throat is strong. Third eye is strong. And crown is strong. So I'm sorry, it was the heart, high heart,
My feet.
and feet were a little bit off. Okay, so we're going to work with your high heart here.
Okay.
So when I ask her how her throat is, she's strong. And when I ask how the high heart is, She doesn't have anything. So we're going to build her high heart. And you can build it using this technique. You can spin the wheel. You can all bless her high heart. That works. And making sure you go clockwise. And then when we get this built up, we'll test for connectivity.
Denise. Denise.
Denise. Did you ask the name? Is that 20 seconds? Almost, somebody said? Huh?
Somebody's counting.
Okay, so how's the high heart now? Oh boy, I can't budge. So now we're going to ask high heart, high heart. Oh, you got nothing there. Okay. You do your figure eight, connecting those two. It's weird, I find that a lot, and you'll have to tell me why. So the heart is personal love, personal healing, love being giving as well as receiving. The high heart is a universal, transpersonal heart. And oftentimes there's a disconnect there. Why? You'll have to tell me, because I don't know.
It has to do with being in the dimensions.
The
Like being
dimensions?
really locked into the third dimension rather than being more open to the fourth, fifth, and other.
So she's suggesting it has to do with dimensions, being locked in this physical realm and kind of being closed off to the other dimensions. That's certainly a possibility.
What about the distance you are away from them? Could it indicate where they are or what they're working on? Like if you're closer to the physical and they're...
So the distance, she's saying the distance that the rods are reflecting.
Yeah. So like if you're closer and it opens closer on their root, but farther away that they're like on the physical plane here, but on their physical plane there.
So when Gladys measures somebody's energy field, she is measuring inflammation for the most part. When I'm measuring vitality. So when I'm measuring her energy field, I'm thinking strength, show me the vitality of this energy. Does some of that go into other dimensions? That's probably undoubtedly true. So let's check you now. High heart, high heart. Oh, I can't budge her.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
You want me?
So I guess we missed something on using the figure eight. Like, why would you use that versus just going to each chakra and correcting each one?
Because they stop communicating with each other sometimes. So you can work on this one and this one and this one and this one all you want. But unless you say, let's work together, then they're all going to work independently.
Okay.
And that happens as the result of a trauma, as well as manipulation.
And is that, are you referring to chakras that are next to each other versus what's the root and the
Usually when there's a disconnect, they are next to each other. But that's a relative term because you have 144,000 acupuncture points, which is chakras. And so, yeah, there's going to be others in between. I'm not doing 144,000. But you can. And you're the question.
That was my question.
Oh.
Did you have to go right, can you do like foot and foot? You have to do the foot in each one and then go to the next one? And
Donna Eden has an exercise called the Celtic Weave. So you can look up that on YouTube. And I can't really remember it, but it has something to do with going side to side with the intention of connecting each one.
Who was the person?
Donna Eden.
Oh, Donna Eden.
Yes. So it's just something like this.
And it's called the connecting weave?
Celtic.
Celtic weave.
Celtic weave. And that restores the alignment and connectivity of the chakras.
And the last name is E-A-T-O-N?
E-D-E-N. E-D-E-N. Donna Eden. So who else wants to be checked for connectivity? Yes? And do we know what chakras we're working on?
Yes, but I want to see.
Okay, so we're just going to see where Elena is now. So we're going to start with feet, 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 feet. And root. Root is strong. And sacral is strong. And solar plexus. And heart. And high heart. And throat. And third eye. And crown. So this isn't going to find it. So each individual chakra is strong.
Okay.
So which did you work on?
The heart and the high heart.
Heart and high heart. Okay. So and do you have a good shoulder? So her heart holds strong, and her high heart, I did say that backwards. Heart, high heart. Okay, then we're going to ask high heart, 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 high heart. She's strong.
I fixed it.
Good
job. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I thought I fixed it, but I don't know.
So do you want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so foot. Foot's strong. Root is strong. Sacral is strong. Solar plexus is strong. Heart. Okay, so remember that one. And high heart. And throat. And third eye. And crown. Okay.
So is my heart. Okay.
So if I were to ask her how her heart chakra is, okay, so let's build the heart chakra. Spin the wheel or clockwise, yeah. Now when you have small foot chakras and you want to build your foot chakras to get you on the right path, you don't have to get down on your feet. You can do it like this. I build my foot chakras. Okay, so we're working on the heart. Good. And high heart, 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 high heart. So there is a disconnect there.
Okay.
So then you do the figure 8.
And it doesn't matter which way it goes.
No, because it ends up both directions. So high heart, 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 high heart. And I can't budge her. Yeah. So you wanted to experience. Yes, we wanted you too, Alicia. So do we know what chakras?
So I'm not interested in the chakras.
Okay.
What I'm interested in is when I get home from all of this, I will have another doubt attack.
Uh-huh.
So that's been with me all my life.
Uh-huh.
So independent of my chakras, which are pretty good across the board, it's what do I do when I have a doubt attack and my faith is not carrying me and my belief is not carrying me? So that's what I want to fix.
You and the whole world.
Hey, this is the thing to ask for.
Okay, let's do this. So just think, I doubt. Just think I doubt. I doubt. And I'm going to measure you overall. You think I doubt, and I measure you. I have to think overall, okay? Overall. Yeah. Okay, now think, I am God eternal within the body. And I am still thinking overall. Right here. That's how much your energy field amplified. So that is how much information you now have access to instead of this information. So we have to take charge of our thoughts. We don't have the luxury of a negative thought. Wasn't that a book written back in the 80s? You don't have the luxury of a negative thought?
It sounds like a good name.
For me, when I doubt, I get out my pendulum and I clean that up. That's all I do.
Clean up the doubting?
Yeah. Those false thoughts, those limiting thoughts.
Brad, you know how you always choose this in your meditation?
Yes.
Who better to call him? Let him slap you around. We're friends.
Thank you.
And let me see. All right, so if you just stand in the corner here. And do we know what we're working on? Or
It was my root, and I wasn't grounded.
root and,
I wasn't grounded.
okay. So we're going to see how our root is doing now.
What do you want
And right there is great. Okay, root. No, it's really not so strong yet. Did we build it up once and it's weak again? So it's not holding, okay? So build it up again. All right, let's see how that is. Okay, so now she's strong. We want to see why it's not holding. So we ask root, foot, root. Yeah, so there's a disconnect there. So let's build that up, that figure 8. Okay, and we ask again, root, foot, root, hold. Yes, and let's go the other direction, root, sacral, root, hold, root, nope. So we have to do that one.
Figure 8 or circle?
Figure 8, to make those two, the communication system between the two.
The root in the sacrum, or the root in my feet? Or the sacrum in my feet?
I don't remember.
It's okay.
We're
Let's
doing
just
them
send it
all.
down. Let's just do it. It's fine.
Okay, so we're doing root, sacral, root. Hold. Okay, then you want to go up. Sacral, solar plexus, sacral. Yeah. Solar plexus, heart, solar plexus. Good. Heart, high heart. Good. And these two. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I think that's it. One interesting thing about finding these Hartman and Curry lines and the overexcited geopathic stress lines is that if you follow that line to the foundation of a building, there'll be a crack in the building. Or there's often a crack in the concrete. If you're on concrete, there'll be a crack on the concrete. Do you want to take a break, or do you just want to plow through?
What do you want to do?
The only thing I have left is working on you. So, do you want to take a break? Okay, so 10 minutes. What? Break. He says break.
I want to make one point before.
Yes?
You got to get specific about what you're doing, because personal experience, was trying to locate an item. The last place I knew was in my kitchen. So I went in my kitchen, I'm using the L rod, and it pointed right in the corner where the last place I saw it. I'm digging, can't find it. So I go into the other room, and it's still showing from that one corner. So I get in the other room and ask, is the item in this room? And then show me where it's at. So it turned and pointed where it was at. I walked over to it, turned around and looked behind me, and it's in the same line from that kitchen. So the energy was going through the walls. You got to be specific about, is it in this room? Is it in that room? Is it over here? Because that energy went straight through that wall and kept pointing in the same place. And you can't doubt what you're doing. And I'm thinking, no, last place I saw was right here. No, you got to be specific about where you want to look, because it'll go through walls.
Thank you. Yeah. So another thing to do with your pendulum is to check the vitality of your chakras by dropping the pendulum in front. So this should always go clockwise, unless you're doing the top of a man's head. Then, and you know, I have not done any testing regarding homosexuality. You know, that might change the direction of the top of the head.
Let's see what you got.
You want to know what the top of your head does?
I have no idea. I was like, I wonder if that's anything different. You want me to sit or stand?
You're tall, so if you would sit here.
I didn't know I was tall.
Compared to me. All right, so let's just check his heart. Clockwise, throat clockwise, third eye clockwise, crown. It's clockwise. It took a while. It took a minute to decide.
Interesting.
Very much clockwise.
Well, now we know.
Does that mean like feminine energy type thing?
I know nothing. I know nothing.
Me neither.
Because it's interesting that
Are you done with me?
Yeah.
it's supposed to go counterclockwise for a man. You know, so it's like, okay, if on a woman it's going counter or clockwise, I'm getting mixed up, and then a man it goes counter, then if it changes for
Yeah.
for someone, you know, who
So don't mess with the crown. The rest of them go clockwise.
okay, the rest of them go clockwise.
Okay.
That's the extent of my knowledge.
Oh, just don't mess with the crown.
Don't mess with the crown. The rest go clockwise.
So just make everything clockwise.
Yeah. You know, in the back of a man's head where they had short hair, you can often see the direction it goes. You know, the hair curls in a direction.
Yeah, hair does go like, all of us have, you know, when you get your hair cut, they'll tell you, you know, it's all coming, some kind of way or other.
The swirl one way or the other?
Yeah. Yeah, the swirl.
I don't understand what you're doing, because mine doesn't do anything. I just hold it out.
So you might get it closer to your chakra. If you get your pendulum right in line with the chakra, the pendulum is sensitive enough, it picks up on that energy. So focus on measuring your chakras. It would show the vitality of your chakras. And sometimes it just takes practice. Sometimes also it takes being in the middle of the group in order to have everybody's energy.
So given that idea, if she's having a hard time going and in the group there's more energy, she would want to build up her own vitality to make that stronger so she has her own presence in
Yes.
the world. Right?
Yes. Do you want to say that in the mic?
Oh, I don't
So she, yeah.
You want me to say
Yeah.
that?
That would be great.
I have a big mouth. Like Thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. Okay, so because Jane's energy wasn't doing any, it was not moving, but it moved when there was a group, the question was, would it be helpful for her to build up her own vitality so that it has a greater force in the group without needing a group's energy to move your chakra doodah around? Does that make sense? I can sing now, she'll be terrified. Yeah, okay. I don't know how to do it. That's the key thing.
Yeah, so she has a good point. If we build up our energy, it'll be easier. Another point that Lillian reminded me of is that our chakras aren't just in the front of our bodies, they go through. And so if we measure the chakras in the front, if you ever felt like you were stabbed in the back or something like that, those chakras in the back are going to be much smaller than the chakras in the front. So we could do it all again, measuring the back.
Or if you had trauma in your history.
Yes.
Show up in the back.
Yes.
Is the back, is it what's happened behind you, the front is what's happened in front of you?
That may be. She's suggesting the back is what happened in the past and the front is what happens in the future. That may be.
I came to.
What?
I have a similar question. I was told by someone, and I don't have a sense whether it's true, that you are giving out energy in the front and bringing in energy in the back. Do you think that's accurate?
I think it goes both ways. We are too linear as a race. So oftentimes people think they have to lay on their back and hold the pendulum in order to measure their chakras. But they really just go all sorts of directions. And so we can measure them like right here. I believe that comes in.
So more like a torus.
Torus, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes?
So sometimes I feel like I see them this way.
Sometimes you feel like you see them this.
Feel this way.
Uh-huh.
Body, and then sometimes I feel like I see the wheel flat inside.
So sometimes she sees the wheel flat, horizontal, or vertical to the earth, and sometimes she sees them horizontal to the earth. They're really multidimensional. Yeah, I think so.
You know the torus shaped teeth?
The
Yeah, in and out.
Yeah.
Like a donut. that
So
goes
they
in.
do, so it would be more
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a powerful shape,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes?
I may have missed something you said earlier, I don't know. So my pendulum shows my heart chakra is spinning in reverse. So how do you reverse it then?
Clockwise.
You just spin it in front of your heart, correct?
Yeah. So how much have we connected you? Let's start at the beginning. So if you just stand at the end of the table, and we're going to measure foot, okay? And root, and sacral, and solar plexus, and heart, and high heart, and throat, and third eye, and crown. So we want to know, so they're strong. Each one is individually strong. And when I ask how your heart is, what do we get? Not so much. So let's begin by spinning the wheel and go clockwise. And now let's see how your heart is doing. Okay, and then we're going heart, high heart, high heart, heart. And that's a disconnect. So then you do the figure 8. Oh, and do you have any kind of heart symptoms?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, and we'll ask again. Heart, heart, high heart, high heart, heart. And I can't budge you. So there is something in there not communicating, something in there kind of working on its own, living its own life, not really relating to the rest. So you want it to go clockwise. Let me,
Well, did we fix it?
so it definitely is going clockwise.
Okay.
When you did it, it went counterclockwise?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Test it again tomorrow morning. Does anyone else want to be tested for the connectivity? Like you might have one chakra not communicating with the other chakra? Do we know what chakras we're working on? Okay, so we'll start with measuring the foot, strong, and root, strong, and sacral. Okay, and solar plexus, strong, and heart, and high heart, and throat, and third eye, and crown. So, it was solar plexus, sacral. All right, so there's an issue with the sacral. So let's start with spinning the wheel. So do you want me to prove it using applied kinesiology? So just resist. Okay, and let's ask here, just resist. Okay, so you can see the difference, right? All right, so spin the wheel, sacral. We're just going to spin that wheel clockwise. Was that 20 seconds?
Yeah, I counted.
Thank you. All right, so we ask again, sacral. Okay, and then sacral, solar plexus, sacral. Okay, sacral, root, sacral. Ah, there it is. So we connect those two. Figure 8, sacral to root. and root, sacral, sacral, root. And open the fist. Okay, good. Do you want a quick lesson in applied kinesiology? Okay, who wants to come up? You wanted to come up? So I like to do the arm because you can see it. Some people use skin, like you get sticky, is a week. So some people just use a forearm. So there's many ways. I had a guy do the back of my neck. He could feel a difference between yes and no. I'm sorry, I always have my back to you. Okay. So to do applied kinesiology, you always have two contact points, except you don't want to get personal. So this is a contact point. I am challenging her solar plexus. I don't need to touch her body all the time. And then when you're doing it, you are right where the wrist bends. If you go too far up here, you're always going to get a strong. If you go too far back here, you're always going to get a weak. So you're right here. You approach them gently. Relax a moment. I had somebody do it like this. I'm always going to give you a weak if I feel like I'm under attack, right? So 2 contact points. One does not have to actually touch the body, but you're in the energy field, and you're directed to that energy field, and you're pressing here. And I like to start with, my name is, and then my name is George, because when you cross that male-female line, you just get nice, weak answers. And not everybody is testable. You have to be hydrated. And polarities can have to do with testability as well. But it's as easy as that, other than requiring a whole lot of practice, because everyone's individual. Sometimes you'll get this, and sometimes you'll get this, and sometimes it'll be solid. So we're looking for that solid. Okay, so face me so you can watch, and we'll do foot, nice and strong, and root, and sacral, 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 sacral. So that one is challenged. And solar plexus, and heart, and high heart, and throat, and third eye, and crown, and sacral. Okay, so we'll start with spinning the wheel. So for women, the sacral chakra is just below the navel. For men, it's at the navel or maybe just a little bit above the navel. Are you counting?
No. It's probably been 20 seconds. I will pay attention.
Okay, so we ask again, sacral, and hold strong. Not so good yet, sacral. Okay, then we ask heart. Hold strong. Okay, so sacral's not quite ready yet. Let's see how, I guess we're going through too many layers here. Let's start this one. Sacral, sacral, sacral. Okay. So come out here and spin your wheel. Are you counting?
I counted. You're good.
Okay, so how's the sacral now? Much better. sacral, solar plexus, sacral. No, that one's not so good. So, so we want to connect those. Solar plexus, sacral, solar plexus. Okay, sacral, root, sacral. Not so good. So connect those two. Sacral, root, sacral. Okay. All right. So you'll have to do that again in the morning. What? Donna Eden has a daily routine on YouTube. It takes all of 5 minutes. And she can see energy. So she has come up with a series of Qigong exercises that fixes a large portion of what most of us have going on. So it's a 5-minute daily routine. Donna Eden has hundreds of free videos on YouTube. So really very, very valuable resource. Anybody else want to address the connectivity? Then we are going to finish what we started this morning. On the back of the chart, we were doing the planets. And we are on Vega. And you can stay seated and do it with a pendulum, swinging that pendulum in your energy field. Or you can do it standing, holding the position so that you can feel your body talk to you. I really love this way because I love being able to listen to my body. I love it talking to me. I love the bigger response I get, the more I know I needed that. If I get just a little response, I think, well, I'm pretty in sync with that. But if I get a really big response, oh boy, I better address this one again tomorrow. So you can do it standing or seated, and we're going to activate Vega, which is all about compassion. And the next one is, you tell me how to pronounce it. Beetlejuice or Beetlegeese? I remember looking it up, and only one was right. Okay, so we're doing that one. And it is all about, expanded soul awareness. And the next one is Rigel, integrating matter and spirit. And Sirius, amplifying and glorifying Christ consciousness. And Orion, a magical place for creating what you want to create in your life. And Regulus is all about manifestation and change. Fomalhaut, A, B, and C. I don't have what they're good for. So you can receive this blessing or leave it alone, I guess. The large Magellanic Cloud is about activating your pineal gland. And that's the last one because Regulus I have on there twice.
I just have a question of a little detail. The hand that goes back here, is it at the base of the skull?
Yes.
Or is it in the neck?
It is where the head meets the neck.
Okay.
Occiput. Occipital. Oblongata. So let's have stories about the day. Did anybody have any different kind of sensations than what I talked about with the body processing? You liked it? Are you going to go to the mic?
Yes, what I thought was interesting was doing the occiput and the heart. Some of them that I was working on, I mean, I was like really moving along, and I thought, is that energy coming up and out? Is it changing? Is it, and then it would slow down, and then I would stop, and then I could take a deep breath, and whatever the change took place. It seemed like with that, like I had to go through this, like it was going through me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So typically, back and forth is pumping the cerebral spinal fluid. Right, left is balancing the dualities of life. That's all I'm coming up with at the moment. Shaking is getting rid of the old, making room for the new. Anybody else have a story about how you experienced something during the body processing? Anybody? Anybody else want to share an experience from today?
Do you know where we could find the information, Donna Eden, on the diamonds?
On the diamonds?
Mm-hmm.
Those are hard to find. You can take her diamond class. We could activate some diamonds. Oh, let's activate some electrics. So you have all of these meridians. We worked with those, the front and back. You have the chakra system, the radiant circuits. Then you have electrics. And if you can see the electrics, it looks like those cartoons when you stick your finger in an electrical socket and your hair comes out like this. Yeah. So we have electrics on our feet and on our heads. And those electrics help to receive and exchange information. So you could get a measurement of where your electrics are now. Let's do foot first. So show me the vitality of my foot electrics. 0 to 100%. So we're just doing the pendulum to ask for a number. What are my foot electrics? What is the vitality of my foot electrics? 0 to 100%. 0 is the far left, 100% is far right. And then activate your foot electrics. You can be down there on your feet if you want. You don't have to. You can hold the intention of activating your foot electrics. And then measure your head electrics. What is the vitality of my head electrics? And activate those. Head. And then you have an energetic grid. So a grid is straight lines horizontally crossed with straight lines vertically. And when the grid is broken, your clockles are broken. So ask your pendulum if you have a broken grid. And then repair that grid. Going clockwise, you're just repairing your grid. And then Cindy asked about the diamonds. So there's one diamond that goes straight across here to a point up here. Okay, a point up here, then straight across here. So activate that diamond. And our diamonds, you know, they're multidimensional. They get us in sync with the universal forces, the powers of all that is divine and holy. If you were to take Donna Eden's diamond class, she has an exercise for it. I believe it's tracing those diamonds. Then you have a diamond that goes from here to here to here. So they're really triangles, but they're called diamonds. I don't know. So activate that one. And then you have one that goes from here to here to here to here. So 4 points on that one. Here to here to here to the root. So something else that you want is your chakras to be in a line. Sometimes they get pulled to one side or another. So sometimes when you're using the pendulum going down the chakras looking for the vitality, you don't find them in the middle, but you find them over on the side. So just hold the intention of lining them up. And let's do the back. We haven't done anything with the back. So beginning with the root, spin your pendulum, holding the intention of energy coming in from the front and the back. It's like an exchange. So energy's coming in, goes out, comes in, goes out. And then move up to the sacral, having it coming in from the front and the back. We just want to make sure that these are all coming in the back. Allowing them to come in the front is much more easy for us to do. So then the solar plexus, energy coming in front and back. And heart. And the high heart. And the throat. And the third eye. And then on the crown, visualize the torus. So the torus looks like a big donut. Comes up the center, gets to the top of the head where it goes out and flows back down to the ground and back up into the center. And you get this kind of emotion. So just activate your torus. You can do it with the pendulum, you can do it with your arms. So it's been a pretty full day. You need to drink lots of water. So much water you just feel like you're floating in it. And let's do one final meditation. Just relax. We're going to anchor in all that we did. Notice any tension in your body. And tell it to relax. Or make the statement, I relax my shoulders, my neck. Make your exhale longer than your inhale. Go into your high heart. And feel appreciation, caring, compassion, gratitude. And then into your heart. So your heart sends more messages throughout your body than your brain. So imagine traveling into your heart and telling it, it's time for change. We are ready, willing, able, open, safe, free, and worthy. And seal it in with I am God eternal within the body. I am whole and complete. I am worthy. I am ready, willing, able, open, safe, and free. Whether you believe you are a child of God or a child of the earth, you are divine. Step into your divinity, and all things are possible. Jesus raised a man from the dead and said, "You too can do this and more." Now is the time. Now is the time for each one of us to step into our power and be who we came here to be. Without the virus we know of as fear. So we have 10 or 15 minutes left for questions or experiences.
It seems to me that we should be able to do this.
I think Faye's going to ask you to go back there.
I was wondering if you could walk us through your normal daily routine. Show us if you typically go through the whole list or what you do on a typical day, if you would, please.
So are you saying Donna Eden's daily routine or what
you do?
What I do?
Yes.
I check my body systems. I do overall, unless I have something I need to address individually. So what is my body systems today? And then I build it up. I have done so much more than that, and I find value in every single one. The I totally get how I am God eternal within the body can be difficult. But I do believe I'm a child of God, and therefore I must be divine. And so I can do that. I am God eternal within the body. I love to start my day getting my energy flowing with Donna Eden's daily routine, which is a series of tapping. Tapping here helps me get grounded. So when we worry too much, we're not grounded. We need that earth energy in order to feel safe in the world. This is the stomach meridian. The stomach meridian governs earth energy. So this is a great one to start the day with. I also start the day with this one that we did, the spleen energy. I like this one. In today there is so much anxiety. There's so much to be anxious about. That's this point. So it's halfway between top of your shoulder and your nipple. That's one of Donna Eden's, but not her daily routine. I like this one, activating the heart and high heart. You have 4 fingers here. I do heart, high heart all at once. And then I do the connecting heaven and earth that we did, the stretching up, opening up that spine so that everything moves. And I told you the story about the massage therapist who could feel there was just too much going on up there and she threw it down. Yeah, I spend a lot of time in my head. And therefore, I get a lot of tension in my neck. So I press the head against my hand and stretch that out.
Thank you.
And then I start my day.
That's great.
I was just wondering about, using the pendulum and, of course, intention for working on the grid around the planet. I do it shamanically, but this would be a little bit easier, so it seems to me that would be doable.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I believe that's entirely doable.
Okay, thank you.
You can have a globe in front of you if you want, or a picture of the earth if you want, or feel the earth beneath your feet. Yes, I believe that's absolutely true. And just imagine a world where all of us did that together.
So if we have lived one way our whole life and now we start incorporating all these new things, is there ever a time where we won't have to do it every day for a reset?
Yes. I have seen it where people only have to do it once.
Wow.
That's not true with me, but I have seen it. And some of it is, sometimes is true with me. PTSD, not so much. That's been a challenge, but there's purpose in challenges too. It motivates me to learn more. And that's all of our motivation, I think. You know, how do we improve our lives? Let's learn more. But when they start knocking on our doors telling us we need AI implants because then you would have Google in your head and you don't even need to punch it in. You know, our children are going to be told that. And they're going to believe it. And it's easy to believe. You know, that AI has all the answers. That AI can write your story, write your essay, write your paper, write your thesis. Translate languages. But we have to say no. So today, drink lots of water. Just so much water you feel like you're floating in it. If emotions come up, drink water. Pain comes up, drink water.
Thank you.
Thank you.